Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Pettit National Ice Center for the third and final day of U.S. Championships, along with the Fall World Cup Qualifier and Am Cup 1. I'm Gordon Seprin, bringing you our final day of this broadcast production put on by U.S. Speedskating. Today on the docket, we have the second flight of the women's and men's 1,000 meters. And after the thousands, we have eight mass start races to run. Each group will run two separate mass starts. And then later today, they will announce the Fall World Cup team for the first two World Cups. I believe they're starting in Nagano, Japan, and then they move on to China for the second World Cup this fall. And skaters will be back here in Milwaukee this upcoming winter in February for the first World Cup that the Pettit will have hosted in over 20 years. Well, if you plan to attend, you're going to maybe want to go ahead and buy your tickets now. That will be a ticketed event. Don't forget, folks, to go to speedskatingresults.com to view all the results, official results from this weekend. In the first 1,000 this weekend, Brittany Bowe, the world record holder, won with a time of 1:14.02. Kimmy Getz finished second with a 1:14.25. So just 2/10 off of Brittany Bowe's time. And then finishing in third was Greta Myers with a 1:16.33, and Mia Manganello in fourth with a 1:17.33, with Krista Rands-Evans finishing in fifth with a 1:18.2. We head on to the backstretch for the start here of the second flight of the women's 1,000 meters. In this first pair, we have starting on the inner, Audrey Hahn. Her personal best time is a 1:31.65. That was set in Salt Lake this past January. She did not partake in the first flight of the thousands. And then we also have Leah Choi on the outer. She also did not partake in the first set of thousands. Her personal best time is a 1:24.98. That was set in Salt Lake City this past January as well. Let's see what our first pair of the morning has in store for us. We've got 12 pairs for the women. Coming up to the opening split, it's Choi leading at the split with a 21.25. Hahn with a 21.96. 1,000 meters is the one single distance where the finish line is in the middle of the straightaway. The other discipline being the team pursuit, that finishes in the middle of the straightaway, whereas all other distances finish at the end of the final 100 meters. Choi on the inner here, coming up to one lap to go. Her split 32.97, Hahn 34.56. Choi currently on pace for around a 1:27. I think Choi will be behind the pace of her personal best time. But so far, a solid performance from our first pair of women here in the second set of the thousands. Choi with a 1:29.06. Here comes Hahn with a 1:33.5. And for Hahn, that actually is a season best by 1/100th, besting her time set earlier this year in Salt Lake City. So an excellent performance for Han, getting a season best here at what is considered sea level for the ovals here in the continental U.S. Up next, we have pair number 2. Starting on the inner is Caitlin Lee, and on the outer we have Eileen O. We'll get into their personal best here shortly after the race begins. And it's a clean start here for pair number 2. Caitlin Lee is a junior B1, whereas Eileen O is a junior C1. Lee going to be leading at the opening split with a 20.44. Eileen with a 21.87. You might be asking yourselves, why are the juniors and seniors racing at the same event? Well, there's a couple different things on the line this season. The national team members, former World Cup team members looking to get back on the World Cup team this year. Meanwhile, the junior racers looking to try to get qualifying times in order to race at and qualify for Junior Worlds. Lee split 33.33, oh, 33.33, so same laps there. Lee currently running half a second faster than the fastest time set so far. Lee's personal best is a 1:31.94. Eileen's is a 1:32.33. They go into the final turn side by side. But it's going to be Lee leading as we come onto the home stretch. We'll see where they stop the clock. And for Lee, it'll be 1:30.99. For O, it'll be 1:31.2. That is a new personal best for Lee by a full second. And for Eileen, that is also personal by about a full second. She set it earlier this year in Salt Lake City. So excellent performance out of the junior women there in pair number 2. Up next is pair number 3. Starting on the inner, we have Juliet Song, and on the outer is Nastasia Rudilovich. Well, there are 2 sets of times that these juniors are trying to get. They're trying to get the ISU qualifying time for juniors so they can race the events at Junior Worlds. But they're also looking to get the funded times. It's a little bit faster than the ISU time, so then that they are funded. And they can still go to Junior Worlds if they make the qualifying spot and have the ISU time and can self-fund. But the goal this season, try to get those funded times in order to go compete at the Junior World event. Rudilovich opening with a 21.05, Song with 22.83. Meanwhile, the faster skaters qualifying for the World Cups, trying to get into that A group so they can get high in the world rankings and make the all-around championships, the single distance championships in their disciplines. And it's important for the World Cup team to have strong performance this year as it leads to Olympics or qualifying spots for next season. Rudilovich 31.78, Song with 35.62. So by having a strong performance heading into the next Olympic year, he gets more qualifying spots, giving more chances to earn Olympic spots. So want to try to earn as many World Cup spots at the end of this season in preparation for the next Olympics. Here comes Rudilovich coming up to the finish. She'll post a time of 1:27.42. Here comes Song. Song with a 1:35.98. trying to find the Rudilovic personal best was a 126.05. Song's personal best was a 135.46, so pretty close to the personals for both of those skaters in pair number 3. That'll bring up pair number 4. Starting on the inner, we have Marley Solden, and on the outer, we have from Denmark, Nastasia Lindenskov. Opening split here for Solden is a 19.95. Lindenskov, 21.18. Solden's personal best time is a 121.78. Lindenskov's is a 124.92. Solden, a junior A1, has one more year after the season junior eligibility. She's got a split of 30.91. Lindenskov, 31.35. Solden running 2 seconds faster than the current leader. See how she holds up after this final lap. She goes over the top of Lindenskov. Lindenskov gaining a little bit of ground on that final backstretch straightaway. Solden gonna win the pair. Let's see where she stops the clock. And it'll be an excellent time at a 124.22 as Solden goes into the lead. Lindenskov second fastest, 124.75. A strong finish there for Lindenskov as she made up some ground. And that was a personal best for Natasha Lindenskov. And just a couple seconds off a personal for Marley Solden. Up next in pair number 5, starting on the inner out of Brazil, we have Larissa Paes, and on the outer is Rebecca Simmons. Rebecca Simmons' personal best is a 122.56. She'll open with a 20.89. Paes with a 21.11. These two ladies did not race the first 1,000 this weekend. Nice little draft here for Simmons. She's going to follow Paes down the outer. It's a nice little slingshot there into the inner as she's going to move well ahead of Paes, coming up to 1 lap to go. Simmons with a 30.85, Paes with 31.58. Paes' personal best is a 122.8. Rebecca Simmons' personal best, a 122.56. She has a 124.19 from Salt Lake this season. I think she might better that season result. Let's see where she stops the clock here as she digs for the line. And Simmons with a 124.19. That matches her season best from Salt Lake City. It moves her into the lead by 3/100ths. Paes with a 125.7. About 3 seconds off personal for the Brazilian. Up next is pair number 6, and starting on the inner, we have Anna Quinn, and on the outer, we have Piper Edie. Quinn's personal best in this distance is a 117.56. That's from this past March in Salt Lake City. Edie's personal best, a 120.63. So possibility here of going under 120 for this pairing. We mentioned earlier this weekend, Anna Quinn had surgery earlier this year and was cleared just a few weeks ago to race, and has had an excellent weekend here at the Pettit National Ice Center. Quinn, fastest opener so far at 19.89. Edie's third fastest with a 20.18. Quinn now to the outer, Edie to the inner. We'll see where she slots in compared to the leading time here at the split. 29.96. Edie 30.7. They're running fastest 1 and 2. Looking at a low 120 right now for Quinn. It all comes down to this last lap. Quinn going to go over the top of Edie. Edie going to chase Quinn into that slipstream, help pull her down that final backstretch straightaway. It'll be Quinn leading through the final corner. We'll see where she stops the clock. I believe it should be a low 120 here for Quinn, and it will be with a 122.22. Edie with a 123.22. That's close to a season best for Piper Edie. Up next is pair number 7. Starting on the inner, we have Elena Stave, and on the outer, we have Vanna Schill. Vanna had a nasty crash the other day, ended up actually doing a reskate and actually set a new personal best time. It was a very impressive performance, because she was down on the ice in the corner for a couple of minutes and actually was able to do the reskate at the end of the women's flight in that distance. During the first set of 1000s this weekend, Elena had a 128.04. She'll open with 29.92. Schill with a 21.63. Schill having a PR set on the first 1000 this weekend of a 136.26. So, Elena, let's see if she can get under the 128 mark here in the second 1000 of the weekend for the women. This is Elena coming up to 1 lap to go. Split 32.18. Schill 36.16. Stave going to have to try to limit her losses here on this final lap. If she wants to get under that 128 mark, it's within reach, but can't afford to bleed too much time here. Let's see where she's at coming on the final 50. She should have a faster time than the first race this weekend, and she will by almost a second and a half. She finishes with a new personal best of a 126.7, and Schill also with a new personal best with a 135.93. So she sets 2 new personals in the 1000 this weekend. And Elena Stave has had a strong performance as well, setting some personals in the other distances this weekend. So it's been a good start for the young juniors. junior team selection will be later this year, and they have a couple other events to try to get those qualifying times. Up next, we have pair number 8 starting on the inner out of Columbia. We have Karen Saitama, and on the outer we have Cynthia Jennings. Saitama had a 127.07 in the first 1,000 this weekend. Jennings had a 130.31, so looking to get under the 130 mark here in the second 1,000. And the Colombian churning here at the opener with a 20.07. Jennings 20.78. See if Saitama can keep up this pace for the full 1,000, but she was going full speed there at the opening split. We'll see how long she can hold on to that pace. This is Saitama on the outer. It'll be Jennings on the inner coming into frame. There's the bell for 1 lap to go. Saitama 31.04. Jennings 32.02. Both should best their times from earlier this weekend, but it comes down to that last 400, and you can really start to see the fatigue setting in on Saitama. Trying to hold it together here through the final turn. See where she stops the clock. She'll win the pair. Here she comes to the line. Saitama will stop the clock at a 126.09. That's a second improvement from the previous race. Jennings gets under the 130 mark with a 129.01. Also a second improvement. That'll bring up pair number 9. Starting on the inner, we have Evie Forer. And on the outer, we have, out of India, Shruti Kotwal. Forer in the first 1,000 of the weekend set a new personal best with a 126.67. Kotwal had a season best at a 126.95, so fairly evenly matched pairing here for the both of them. Kotwal with a faster opener at 19.82, Forer with 20.93. Forer with the chase on the backstretch. Kotwal went over the top into the inner lane. Coming on to the home stretch for 1 lap to go. Kotwal split 31.12. Forer 31.57. Let's see what they have in this final 400, as Forer had the faster time in the first 1,000, and now you can start to see as Kotwal has slowed down here. Forer is going to get the chase on the backstretch. We'll see where they come out of the final turn. We should see Forer gain some ground here with this inner, and she's going to slingshot by into the lead for the pair. Let's see where Forer is able to stop the clock, as she'll cross the line with a 125.74. Kotwal 126.98. They both improved on their original time, and Forer sets a new personal by almost a full second. It's been a good showing here so far for the women's second flight of the 1,000s. We've got 3 pairs remaining. This is pair number 10, and starting on the inner, we have the older sister of the two Staves, Elise Stave. And on the outer, we have Sydney Terpenning. In the first 1,000 of the weekend, Terpenning had a 126.10. Stave had a season best at a 126.32. Looking to try to get under the 126 mark if they can. Stave 20.79, Terpenning 20.05. And need to be careful here on the backstretch. Stave having to hold up as he would have impeded Terpenning. Oh, unfortunate break there for Stave. Came out side by side with Terpenning. Had to give way because Terpenning had gone further in the race at that point, so it would have been impeding. Terpenning 30.98, Stave 31.74. Terpenning's personal best is a 123.45, has a 125.6 in Milwaukee this season. This is Terpenning on the outer. It'll be Stave finishing on the inner. We'll see where Terpenning stops the clock here. Should be faster than her first time with a 125.3. Stave with a 126.42. A new season best for Sydney and new season best for Elise, and Elise having to slow up to give Terpenning the right of way on that first exchange on the backstretch. So good effort by Elise to get back in the race and set a new season best time. Brings up our penultimate pair for the women's 1,000. We've got on the inner Ilse Schob. She finished 10th in the original 1,000 on Friday. On the outer, we have Melissa Dahlman. She finished 12th. Schob had a time of 122.94, so just under the 123 mark on Friday. Dahlman with a season best of 125.75 on Friday. Both of them looking to improve on that result. Schob, opener of 19.89, Dahlman 21.13. Ilse's personal best is a 121.69 set in Salt Lake. Oh, trying to improve on a result from Friday. Coming up to 1 to go. Split time for Schob, 30.37. Dahlman, 31.42. Schob could be on pace for a new personal best time. Needs to finish in about high 30, low 31 second lap here for the final 400. Schob back on the inner, Dahlman back to the outer. In the 1,000, you finish in the lane you started in. Here comes Ilse. It'll be a 122.73. So improving on her time from the first 1,000 this weekend. Dahlman with a 125.41. Also a new season best for Dahlman. A strong performance from the second to last pair, and that will bring up the final pair, pair number 12. Starting on the inner, we have Blair Cruikshank, and on the outer is Libby Williams. In the first 1,000 this weekend, season best for Crookshank was set with a 121.17. For Williams, she had a 122.96. Williams' personal best is a 120.13. Crookshanks is a 118.66 that was set in Salt Lake. Fastest opener so far set by Crookshank at an 18.7. Williams with a 19.96. So right now, Crookshank running about a second faster at the opening split. Let's see if she can hold on for the remaining 800 meters. She moves to the outer, coming up to 1 lap to go. Let's see where Crookshank split has her running here. Split has her running a second and a half faster with a 29.59. Williams 29.89. Crookshank still over the top in the lead, moving from the outer to the inner. Williams will chase down the backstretch, but has that outer lane finish. It'll be Crookshank leading in to the final turn. Coming on to the finishing straightaway. She'll win the pair. Question is, where's she going to stop the clock? Here she comes. And it'll be just outside of 120 with a 120.6. Williams with a 121.89. New season best for Crookshanks by about half a second. Williams with a new season best as well. So strong performance out of the second flight of the women's 1000s. A couple personal bests and a couple new season bests. Waiting to see if we have a reskate. Waiting for the word from the officials. If not, we'll have a 3-minute timing change. We'll take a short break here, folks, as we are going through a timing change before switching to the start of the men's 1000. We'll have 4 pairs of the men's second thousands this weekend before we take a resurface break, and then we'll finish off the second flight of the men's 1000. And we're back, folks, ready to get underway with the men's 1,000 meter pairings. We'll have 4 pairs here before we take a resurface break. In pair 1, it'll be skated as a single by Jaden O on the inner. Jaden's personal best is a 128.13 set in Salt Lake City this past August. We'll see where Jaden opens here with a 19.87. Jaden's a junior C2. He has 4 more years of junior eligibility after this year. Moving to the outer lane. Jaden did not race the first 1,000 of the weekend, so this will be his first result. He has a split of 31.19. Should be on pace to best his personal best set in Salt Lake City, but all comes down to that final 400. And you can see the difference between the zip he had on the backstretch, first time on the backstretch, and now you can see as the tank has emptied out, here he comes coming up to the finish. It's going to be a huge personal best time. It's a 124.74. It's about 3 seconds of an improvement over Salt Lake City time. So the young junior, excellent performance in his first 1,000 and only 1,000 of the weekend. Up next is pair number 2. Starting on the inner, we have Adriel Elrond Hicka. On the outer, we have Ashwin Kanduru out of India. Hicka is a junior B1. Hicka is a junior C1. Hicka's personal best is a 126.48. Hicka going to open 19.28. Kanduru 19.79. That has them faster than O at the opener. Kandaru's personal best is a 130.97. At this pace, he should blow that race out of the water. Hicka, 31.37. Kanduru, 30.61. Should be 2 new personal best times if they can hold on to their form in this final 400. Kanduru leading into the final corner. Hicka going to gain some ground with that final inner, but it's going to be Kanduru leading the pair to the finishing line. And Kanduru, new top time with a 123.84. That is a huge personal best time by about 6 seconds. Hicka with a new personal of a 124.84 by about a second and a half. Up next is pair number 3. Starting on the inner is Matthew Karowski, and on the outer is Colin Lee. Lee's personal best time is 122.97. He'll open with 18.67. Kurowski, 19.24. Kurowski's personal is a 121 flat. Lee going to get a nice draft off of Kurowski at their first time on the backstretch to exchange. It'll be Lee leading coming down to the bell lap. There's a split. Lee 29.55, Kurowski 29.05. See where they come out on the final stretch. And we'll have to see here. There may be impeding on Lee, as it looked like Kurowski made the adjustment. This is Kurowski coming into the finish. He'll go under 120 with a 119.34. It's nearly a 2-second personal for Kurowski. Lee with a new personal there with a 121.53. We'll have to see if Lee is given a penalty for impeding, as typically the inner skater on the backstretch has to give way. It looked like Kurowski was the one that had to make the adjustment. Our last pair before we take our resurface break, starting on the inner, is Henry Slicksting. On the outer is Joshua Kreider. Slichting going to open with a 18.94. Kreider with a 20.87. Kreider's personal best is a 127.51. Slichting's personal best is a 118.15. Slichting really moving here with 1 lap to go. Split a 28.64. This could be a great time for Henry, and he's looking strong as he heads onto the backstretch for the final time. Kreider's split was a 33.27. This is Slichting coming onto the home stretch. Let's see where he stops the clock. It looks like it'll be sub 120. And it'll be a 118.11 for Henry. And that's a new personal best by 4/100ths. Here comes Kreider. Kreider will be just outside of his personal with a 130.84. Oh, Slichting goes into the lead as we finish our first 4 pairs of the men's 1,000. We'll be taking a resurface break before we come back to resume the remaining 20 pairs of the men's 1,000 meter for the second flight this weekend. After the men's 1,000s, we'll then start the mass start events. We have 8 mass start races, 2 for the World Cup qualifier women, 2 for the World Cup qualifier men, and then 2 for the AM Cup men and 2 for the AM Cup women. Just waiting on that restart time. Let's see, racing should resume around 10:03. Still waiting on the official call from the race referees, but we are on schedule after we got about 10 minutes behind schedule yesterday after we had a lot of ice repairs in the men's 1,000s. Racing will resume at 10:03. We'll be back in about 20 minutes for the remainder of the men's 1,000 meters. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back, folks, as we're ready to pick up with the men's 1,000 meter pairings. This is pair number 5, featuring Samuel Hart Gorman on the inner and Gavin Ord on the outer. Hart Gorman's personal best time is a 1:16.88 from Salt Lake this past March. Gavin Ord's is a 1:19.84, so potential here to go under the 120 mark. Unfortunately, the clock didn't start with the starter pistol, so we'll have to wait for the secondary times to know where they finish here. Looking strong, though, so far through the first 200 meters. Hard to gauge where they are without the clock running, but right now it's Hart Gorman leading the pair. And still looking good through 600 meters. We'll see what this final 400 looks like for both skaters, as we've seen once they get onto the backstretch really start to labor. Hart Gorman keeping his form together, or looks to be struggling a little bit more than his pair partner. And here comes Hart Gorman to the line. We will have to wait for secondary timing for him and Gavin Ord, as Ord able to fight his way to the finish. And Ord shaking his head there, a little bit of disapproval. We'll have a 1-minute delay here as they try to run a test shot, make sure that the timing system will start. We've got 24 total pairs here for the men's 1,000. Up next in pair number 6, starting on the inner, we have David Pravad. On the outer is Riley Martin. David's personal best time is a 1:14.45 set in Salt Lake this October. Personal best for Riley Martin is a 1:18.37. So fully expect these two to be in that sub 120 range. We'll see what they're able to do here. Opening split for Pravad, 17.91. Martin, 17.92, just a hundredth between them on the opening split. Hart Gorman had a 1:17.82, and Gavin Ord had a 1:21.85. So pretty good times there from our previous pair. Pravad, 27.01, Martin, 28.83. They're running first and second fastest so far through 6 pairs. Pravad going to lead into the final turn, see where he stops the clock. Had him running 2 seconds faster than the leader. And Pravad with a 1:14.49. Martin, 1:17.72. That's a new personal best time for Riley Martin. And for Pravad, that was just outside of his personal best. So a strong race there out of pair number 6. That'll bring up pair number 7. Starting on the inner is Liam Kitchell. On the outer is Aiden Meacham. Kitchell's personal best time is a 112.28. He'll open with a 17.51. Meacham's personal best is a 116. Kitchell with a commanding lead on his pair. Here's the bell lap. Says a 26.81. Meacham 28.45. Kitchell trying to set the new top time to beat. I think Kitchell will be off the pace for a personal best time, but should be a solid time nonetheless. Here comes Kitchell onto the finishing stretch. And it'll be a 113.11. That moves him into the top spot. Meacham with a 115.68. So Kitchell just off his personal best time. And Meacham, that is a new personal best time by about half of a second. And we have a 1 minute delay before our next pair. Do have an interesting pair coming up next. It features some of what would be considered more of our long distance skaters, training partners in Jonathan Tobon and Casey Dawson. Casey setting a new track record in the men's 5,000 here at the Pettit National Ice Center. We've got Jonathan Tobon on the inner, Casey Dawson on the outer. And these two have comparable personal best times. Dawson's is a 109.75 from Salt Lake City back in 2020. Tobon's personal is a 107.71 set in Milwaukee back in 2023. Tobon going to open at 17.45. Dawson with an 18.26. Tobon to the outer, Dawson to the inner. I don't expect we'll see them fading in the final 400 like we've seen from some of the other skaters here. We'll see where they stop the clock. Tobon 26.19, Dawson 26.53. Can we get our first sub 110 of the day? Tobon going to go over the top for that final outer. Dawson going to get a little bit of a chase here down the final backstretch. Tobon still leading as they go into the final turn. It'll be Tobon to take the pair. We won't get under 110, but it'll be close, and he'll set the new top mark with a 111.25. Dawson, second fastest with a 112.31. Distance skaters set the 1 and 2 marks with pair number 9 coming up next. On the inner, we have Kellen Dunphy, and on the outer is William Silk. Dunphy, a Master 30 skater, and William Silk is a Junior A2 in his last year of junior eligibility. Dunphy's personal best time is a 1:13.61. Would have to best his personal to unseat Tobon at the top of the leaderboard. William Silk, his best time is a 1:13.38, so would need a personal best for both of them to move ahead of Dawson and Tobon. Dunphy 18.66, Silk 18.76 on the opener. Expect to see them have strong last laps as well, as they finished well in the men's 5,000 meters. There's the bell. Silk 27.78, Dunphy 27.76. Nearly 3 seconds off the pace set by Tobon. Expect Tobon to keep the lead here. Dunphy getting the chase down the backstretch. Silk moving to the outer. We'll see where they line up onto the finishing straightaway. There goes Dunphy into the lead. It'll be Dunphy to take the pair with a 1:15.16. Silk with a 1:15.47. That'll bring up pair number 10. Starting on the inner, we have Kieran Collins, and on the outer is Tommy Fitzgerald.
At the start line was pair number 10. Starting on the inner is Kieran Collins, and on the outer, Tommy Fitzgerald. Go to the start.
And we have a false start. We'll see what lane they charge it to. It looks like it'll be charged to Fitzgerald. I believe he had a false start yesterday in the 15,000 charged to him as well. Collins' personal best in this distance is a 1:33.31. Set that in Milwaukee this past January. Fitzgerald, his best is a 1:12.91. Set that in Milwaukee. So could see a comparable time out of Fitzgerald to what was set by Tobon and Dawson. Fitzgerald opening at 18.56. Collins with a 19.49. Some ground to make up here for Fitzgerald on his former training partner, Jonathan Tobon. Fitzgerald to the inner, Collins to the outer. Fitzgerald with a commanding lead in his pair. There's the split, 27.21. Collins, 31.22. I think Fitzgerald will be off the pace of his personal best here. Let's see if he can slot in the top three. Fitzgerald to finish on the outer. Coming up to the line, let's see where he stops the clock. And it'll be fifth fastest with a 1:14.66. All smiles as he hits the end of the straightaway. Collins with a 123.48. That is a huge personal best for Collins by about 10 seconds. That'll bring up pair 11 next. Starting on the inner, we have Tarek Elatawi. On the outer, we have Chris Ord, the Master 40 skater. Chris had a season best time in the first 1,000 on Friday with a 129.84. Not all the skaters race the first 1,000 of the weekend, so that's why we're seeing some new names and faces here in the second 1,000. El Twee's personal is a 132.39. Some potential here to greatly improve that personal best after what we saw from that previous pair. Elatawi, 20.62 or 21.01. Elatawi moving to the outer, Ord moves to the inner. Ord going to gain some ground with this inner corner, but it looks like it'll be Elatawi leading coming up to the final bell split. Elatawi 31.91, Ord 32.45. See if Elatawi can go over the top of Ord, and he will. He's leading by about 5 meters on the backstretch, so he moves over to the inner. See where Elatawi and Ord can stop the clock. Elatawi should have a big personal best here as he'll cross the line with a 126.08. It's about a 6-second personal. Chris Ord with a 130.19. And just outside his personal for Chris Ord. That'll bring up pair number 12. On the inner, we have Zachary Jensen, and on the outer is Peyton Wendt. Peyton set a new personal in the first 1,000 of the weekend with a 127.47. Jensen's, his personal is a 113.86. So could challenge for the time set by Tobon. We'll see how he performs here. He opens with 18.25. Wendt 21.29. So Wendt looking for a new personal best. Jensen looking to try to challenge top time set, see if he can move into the top 5. This is Jensen coming up to the bell lap. 28.27, running about 3 seconds slower than Tobon. There's the bell for Wendt, 30.09. Jensen moving back to the inner. Should be 2 or 3 seconds shy of his personal best time of 113. He'll finish with a 117.05. That moves him to 9th. Here comes Peyton Wendt. And he'll be just outside of his personal best with a 128.98. That'll bring up pair number 13. Pair of master skaters here, as we have on the inner Masters 60, Matthew Trimble, and on the outer Masters 50, Mark Yanagihara.
At the start line was pair number 13. Starting on the inner, Matthew Trimble. And on the outer, Mark Yanagihara. Go to the start.
Yanagihara's personal best is a 119.63. That's from Salt Lake City back in 2013. Trimble's personal best is a 118.42 set in Salt Lake City, also in 2013. Yanagihara opening 20.04, Trimble 21.07. Trimble set a season best on Friday with a 128.38. Yanagihara had a 126.09, looking to try to improve on his result. Trimble getting a nice little chase as Yanagihara goes over the top. Oh, it's Yanagihara's pair to win as he leads going into that corner. There's the bell lap. Let's see where Yanagihara is with a 31.56. Trimble 32.15. Yanagihara's best this season is a 125.72. I think he'll get that mark here as he comes through the final turn. Digging for that final 50. Yanagihara will stop the clock, 125.7. That's a season best by 2/100ths. Matthew Trimble with a 127.8. New season best for Trimble as he improves on the first 1,000 meter of the weekend. That'll bring us to pair number 14. Starting on the inner, we have Jeff Terwilliger, and on the outer, we have Edward Nagel. A false start charge there to Terwilliger. Call from referee Brian Linda, not stable there for Terwilliger. That was what was called earlier on Tommy Fitzgerald. Well, in the first 1,000 of the weekend, Terwilliger had a season best with a 126.03. Nagel had a 125.2. Nagel 18.84. Terwilliger 20.09 at the opener. Nagel going to go over the top onto the backstretch. Nagel's personal best is a 123.99. Terwilliger's best is a 121.74. There's the bell, 1 lap to go. Nagel 29.82, Terwilliger 30.85. Nagel on to the backstretch, moving to the outer. Hasn't had the benefit of the slipstream in this race as he went over the top of Terwilliger after the second turn. See where Nagel finishes here. He's coming onto the home straight now. Should be a huge improvement on the first 1,000. Nagel, the 122.03. That is a new personal best time for Nagel as he's at 122.03. Terwilliger posts a 124.31. Well, that's a season best by almost 2 seconds for Terwilliger. So even after 2 long days of racing, still seeing some season best and personal best here on the 3rd day. Up next is pair number 15. Starting on the inner is Sebastian Epperson. On the outer, we have Marquivas Humphrey. Epperson's first 1,000 of the weekend skated a 125.82. Humphrey set a new personal best with a 124.65. Epperson 19.86, Humphrey 19.83. Epperson's personal best is a 125.37. Set in Salt Lake this year. Epperson now to the outer, Humphrey to the inner. Coming up to 1 lap to go. Pretty even, 31.23 for Epperson, 31.3 for Humphrey. Humphrey moves back to the outer, Epperson back to the inner. Humphrey will lead into the corner. Epperson, though, with the shorter inside lane, going to go into the lead onto the finishing straightaway. Let's see where he stops the clock. Epperson posting a time of 123.15. Humphrey 124.12. Humphrey new personal best time. And Epperson also with a new personal best time by about 2 seconds. Strong performance there for pair 15. 2 new personal best times. We had a disqualification previously. Mark Yanagihara in pair number 13 was not wearing his transponders, so that time will not count. Up next here we have pair number 16. Starting on the inner is Landon Boji, and on the outer is Jerry Meck. Boji set a new personal best on Friday with a 121.23. Meck had a personal best of 120.45. See maybe if Boji can get under 121 and Meck can crack the 120 mark. Meck opening 18.66, Boji 19.03. It's a good pairing for Meck as he's going to get to chase Boji on the backstretch. About even as they go into the corner. Meck moving into the lead, coming up to the bell lap. Meck 28.98, Boji 29.43. Could be sub 120 here for Meck. That last 400 though of this 1,000. Hard to maintain that top speed. You can see that Meck has faded as Boji has caught up and passed Meck coming onto the home stretch. Can he stop the clock? Sub 120. Here we are at the line. They'll both go under 120 for a new personal best. Boji with a 119.12. Meck with a 119.54. Excellent pair, an excellent final 400 there from Landon Boji. think they've got to be happy with their performance this weekend as they both set personals twice in the 1,000. Up next is pair number 17. Starting on the inner is Anson Quinn. On the outer is Keith Keovan. In the first 1,000 of the weekend, Keovan had a 118.68. Quinn had a 120.45. Both of those were season best times. Looking to improve on those results here with the second 1,000 of the weekend. Keovan's personal best is a 117.78. Quinn's is a 119.27. Quinn could be looking at a new personal best time. Keovan leading at the split with a 29.07, or sorry, 28.68 for Keovan. Quinn 29.06. Keovan on the outer, Quinn on the inner. See where they come out of this final turn. It looks like Quinn's moving by Keovan onto the finishing straightaway. This could be sub 118. Here they are. Quinn at the line, 118.08. Quinn, 119.08. That's a new personal best time for Quinn by about a second. Up next is pair number 18. Starting on the inner is Jeremy Song. On the outer is Mason Riley. Riley had a personal on Friday with a 118.11. Song also with a personal of 119.71. Let's see if Mason Riley can crack into the 117s. Song 18.42, Riley 18.79 at the opener. Song moving to the outer, Riley to the inner. Should get an idea when we get to the 600-meter split on where they might finish. This is Song on the outer, Riley on the inner. Song need to be careful. He's really close to that center line. Song split 28.98, Riley 30.09. Song now moving back to the inner. Riley goes back to the outer. Coming into the final turn, can Song best his personal set on Friday? Coming up to the finish line. Song at the finish with a 118.22 with a new personal for Song by about a second and a half. Riley with a 120.14. We'll have to see if Song is penalized. He did cross the center lane line there a few times with the straightaway strokes. Up next in pair number 19, starting on the inner, we have Sam Chamberlain, and on the outer is Brian Bullard. On Friday, Bullard had a season best of a 117.31. Chamberlain had a 118.46. Bullard's personal best is a 114.59. Chamberlain's is a 116.97. Potential to go under 117 here for both. We'll have to see what they're able to do over the next 800 meters. Nice chase for Bullard as he now goes to the inner. Chamberlain on the outer. Bullard going to go into the lead in the pair. Coming up to 1 lap to go. Bullard 28.31, Chamberlain 28.32, just a hundredth between them. Bullard going to go back to the outer. Chamberlain getting the chase down the backstretch. We'll see where they come out onto the final straightaway as Chamberlain's going to gain here with the final inner. It's going to be about side by side coming onto the home stretch. Maybe a little bit of an advantage to Chamberlain here. They come to the line. Chamberlain with a 117.06. Bullard with a 117.14. Oh, just outside of personal best for Chamberlain. That should be a season best for both skaters. Certainly for Chamberlain, he had a 118 on Friday. That'll bring up pair number 20. Just 5 pairs remaining now. Starting on the inner, we have George Wheelock. And on the outer is Angelo Verdugo Casedo. And we have a false start here for pair number 20. Verdugo out of Columbia as a junior B2. They posted the exact same time on Friday at a 116.4. About 5/10 off their personal best time, seeing if they can improve on that here today. Both setting personal best in Salt Lake this past October. See if Verdugo Casedo can crack the 116 mark for the first time. Opening split for Verdugo, 17.85. Wheelock, 18.19. They had the exact same time on Friday. Verdugo going to get the chase down the backstretch. This is the Colombian on the inner, coming up to 1 lap to go. Split has them at 27.4, Wheelock 27.61. We'll see how they look in the final 400, as we've seen quite a few skaters onto that final backstretch straight just looking completely gassed. Verdugo looking strong. Wheelock maybe a little bit more labored. Here we come into the final turn. Wheelock's going to gain some ground with that shorter inner last corner. Here comes Verdugo coming up to the finish, and he'll post a new personal best time with a 115.83. Wheelock 116.93. Wheelock about a half second slower than on Friday, but a new personal best for the Colombian as he goes under 116 for the first time. Up next is pair number 21. Starting on the inner is Matthew Salm, and on the outer is Austin Carlson. And we get a false start here at a pair 21. They'll call them back to the line. It looks like it'll be charged to Matthew Salm on the inner lane. As you can see, the white flag. They're coming from the running track area. Both skaters had season best on Friday, as Salm had a 114.6. Carlson had a 115.91. Salm's personal best skated in Calgary with a 113.94 back in March of 2023. Carlson's personal best from this past January in Salt Lake with a 113.48. They've already gone under 116 and 115 respectfully. Let's see if Salm can break 114 and if Carlson can break 115. Opening split for Salm, 17.99. Carlson, 18.16. Jeremy Song in pair 18 disqualified for crossing that center line. I believe he had a new personal best time, so unfortunately that nullifies that time. Salm 27.67, Carlson 27.5. On to the backstretch for the final time. Carlson going back to the outer. Salm with the chase will move back to the inner, but following in that slipstream of Carlson there, slingshotting into that last inner corner. It's going to be Salm coming to the line with the lead. Let's see where they stop the clock. Salm with a 115.07, Carlson with a 115.59. That's a new season best for Austin Carlson. That'll bring us to pair number 22. Starting on the inner from New Zealand, we have Josh White. And from Denmark on the outer is Nicholas Mastra. White on Friday had a 113.77. That was a season best. Mastrup had a 114.74. White can open 18.3. Mastrup 18.1. White's personal best is a 111.55. Mastrup's is a 114.66. Mastrup could be looking at a new personal best depending on how this one shakes out. This is White on the outer, Mastrup on the inner. They're about dead even at the 600 split. White 27.02, Mastrup 27.19. Mastrup back to the outer, White to the inner. White should move into the lead with this final inner. Here we come on to the finishing straightaway. Let's see where they stop the clock. As will be White across the line with a 114.35. Mastrup 114.49. That's a new personal best for Mastrup. And just half a tenth off of the season best for White. That'll bring us to our penultimate pair. Starting on the inner out of Spain, we have Sebastian Guzman Bidar. On the outer from Switzerland is Oliver Grab.
Starting on the inner lane, Sebastian Guzman. Starting on the outer lane, Oliver Grab.
Guzman set a new personal best this October in Salt Lake with a 1:11.23. Grob's personal from March of 2019 in Calgary with a 1:10.4. Has a 1:11 in Salt Lake this year. Guzman 16.92, Grob 16.58. We've got faster openers than what we had from Jonathan Tobon. And Grob going to get quick little draft before moving into the inside on Guzman. It's going to be Grob leading the pair coming up to the 600-meter split. Grob had a 1:12.63 on Friday. Guzman had a 1:13.74, still ahead of the time set by Tobon. Guzman 26.57, Grob 25.95. Grob moving back to the outer. Could be looking at the new top time here for the man out of Switzerland. Will Guzman join him in second place? Coming up to the finish, Grob at the line with a 1:11.19. Guzman with a 1:12.52. For Grob, that is just 9/100ths off a season best time. A great result. Guzman, a 1:12.52. Both improving on their times from Friday. And that will bring up our final pair, pair number 24. Starting on the inner, we have Alex Skutowski, and on the outer is Augie Herman. And a false start for our final pair, the men's 1,000. And it's on the inner lane, being Skutowski. He gets called for going down into the starting position too slow. Clean start on the second try here. Skutowski had a 1:12.38 on Friday. Herman had a season best with a 1:11.17. That may have been a new Pettit personal for Augie. See if he can set another one here. Skutowski 17.26. Herman 17.42. Both their personals are in the mid-110 marks. See what they're able to put up here. Coming up to the 600-meter split. Herman on the inner, Skutowski on the outer. Augie leading the pair. His split 26.04, Skutowski 26.34. They've got some ground to make up in this final 400 if they want to set the top time in the second set here. Kick block on the exit. That looked to be coming from the outer lane from Skutowski. Herman going to finish on the outer, Skutowski on the inner. Skutowski is going to move into the lead here, coming onto the finishing straightaway. It'll be Skutowski leading the pair. Let's see where he stops the clock. Sets a new top time with a 1:10.99. Herman with a 1:11.53. So over a second improvement for Skutowski from Friday. Is about half a second off his personal best. Herman with a solid time, about 4/10 slower than Friday, but skating well. So Skutowski unofficially sets the top mark and gets under the 1:11 barrier by 1/100th of a second. That'll conclude the men's 1,000 meters. Don't forget to check speedskatingresults.com later today for the official results and times. We'll see if Skutowski maintains that sub 1:11,000 finish there here in the second men's 1,000 meter. When we come back, we'll start off with the women's mass start. Racing will resume at 11:14 Central Time. That's 11:14 for racing to resume. We'll see you back in about 20 minutes for the start of the mass starts. As I said, we have 8 mass start races to get through, as we have the AM Cup / International women and men each getting 2 mass starts. And then we have the AM Cup, or we have the U.S. Champs World Cup Qualifier, men and women. Each of those will have their own 2 heats, and we'll be back in 20 minutes. Welcome back, folks. We're just about ready to get underway with the first set of mass starts today. First, we'll be starting off with the Am Cup mass start for the women. This will be a 10-lap mass start. The U.S. Champs and World Cup Qualifier, that will be 16 laps. That will be the second mass start we run through. We'll have a slight timing break between each of the mass starts. Once we run our first 4, we'll take another resurface break before coming back to run a second set of mass starts for each group. So we'll have a total of 8 mass starts today. In this first mass start for Am Cup 1, we've got helmet number 21, Natasha Lindenskov from Denmark. We've got from the U.S. in helmet number 23, Nastasha Rudilovic. Helmet number 24 is Elise Stave. Helmet 25 is Leah Choi. 26 will be Evie Forer. 27 will be Elena Stave. 29 will be Eileen O. 30 will be Audrey Hahn. 31 will be Juliet Song. And 32 will be Caitlin Lee. And the starter pistol, seeing the flash from the starter gun, but not starting the clock, and it did not give the noise. So need a quick test shot, and there we go. They got it figured out. You're due for one false start on the starter today. Didn't happen in the thousands. So one of the big differences here for the mass start versus the metric time trials, it's a pack style race for starters. Second big difference, they actually use the inner lane, which is typically the warm-up lane. And this first lap is a parade lap, so no passing can take place. They'll settle in here. And we'll see what this women's group has in store for us today in this first mass start. Like I said, this is going to be a 10-lap mass start. We'll have the second gun here letting us know that the race is live, and so now they can start to pass. We got some action on the outer lane. Skaters trying to move up their position. We'll see who's taken into the new lead as we come to the end of the home stretch straightaway. Finish, even though they started in the middle of the straightaway, finish is the normal finish at the end of the straightaway. It's Forer leading with 8 laps to go. There will be a few sprint laps thrown in here. There's 3 when we do the 16-lap mass start. We've got 7 laps to go. The way you can tell it's a sprint lap is they'll give the bell, and there is the bell. So that's the start of the sprint lap. There are sprint points available. Move coming up the outside here. Looks to be Nastasha Rudilovic moving into the lead. Slotting in behind is Lindenskov from Denmark. Here they are onto the home stretch. It'll be Rudilovic across the line first, Lindenskov second. Elise Stave finishes in third for the first sprint lap. Lindenskov now off the front of the pack. We're at the halfway point with 5 laps to go. One of the other differences with the mass start is if you are lapped by the leader, you are out of the race. So our skaters at the back of the pack here, part of the safety is if you get lapped, you're out of the race. That way then you don't have to worry about them getting caught up in any of the final sprints. So Lindenskov off the front. There's a pack of 4 behind, trying to chase her down. We've got 4 laps to go, and there's the bell for the next sprint lap. So Lindenskov out in front. She's got about a 30-meter lead on the next pack of 4. Some movement in that pack going up the inside. I believe that was Rudilovic trying to move up into second place, try to claim some more of those sprint points. Coming up to 3 laps to go. So Lindenskov will take first sprint points. Rudilovic will take second. That's a flip-flop from the first lap. Lindenskov now with the rear of the pack in her sights. Time ticking down here for that chasing pack of 4. They've got a lot of ground to make up. We're going to be coming up to 2 laps to go. You can see the skater on the outside there pulling off after getting lapped. 50-meter lead here for the Dane as they hit 2 laps to go. It looks like this pack of 4 is just content to let Lindenskov be out in the lead, as they're just going to battle it out for the podium spots. Nearly a 100-meter lead for Lindenskov. We'll see what this pack of 4 does here. They're marking each other. This is Lindenskov coming up to 1 lap to go. There's the bell for 1 lap to go for Lindenskov. And now this is the pack of 4 behind. It's going to be a race for second and third. Lindenskov well off and clear. I don't think there's really much that pack of 4 can do to catch her now. Lindenskov just going to be able to coast here. We'll see who has it. Skater down out of that pack of 4. Looks to be Rudilovic currently sitting in second place. They're coming onto the home stretch. Lindenskov across the line in first. Rudilovic trying to hold off and take second. Move coming up the inside. It's going to be close at the line, and it looks like Elise Stave able to get just by Rudilovic in the final 10 meters. Able to take second place here in the first Am Cup mass start. So unofficially, it's Lindenskov, Elise Stave, Nastasha Rudilovic, and Elena Stave, with EV4 rounding out the top 5. Oh, Lindenskov launched that attack at the second sprint lap. Nobody went with her as she was able to get up to about a 100-meter lead on the rest of the pack. Didn't really have a challenge for that final sprint. I'm not sure who that was that went down out of that that pack of 4 that was chasing, but it was coming into that final turn that they went down. We'll see if they need to check the ice for an ice repair before we move on to the World Cup Ladies Qualifier mass start. And again, the official results for the mass start will be posted later today. The other thing that they have to take into the calculation is the result of the sprint laps, because we did get 2 sprint points for sure for Rudilovic. Was not sure where Elise Stave was in comparison for those sprint points. Lindenskov is your outright winner. She had sprint points, but also taking first is a automatic top points count for the race. Waiting as we get the next set of skaters on the ice, get their transponders registered. That's how we're able to track roughly who's in what position across the line. Now, coming up next, we'll have Mia Manganello, Greta Myers, Marley Solden, Elsa Schob, Libby Williams, and then we have Rebecca Simmons and Melissa Dahlman as well, rounding out our World Cup qualifier mass start. See, they're registering the transponders there going across the 1,000-meter finish line. That line doesn't extend all the way across the warm-up lane like the 500-meter finish line does, because since the 500-meter finish is the mass start finish, that one runs across all 3 lanes. They only use the middle and outer lane for the 1,000 and the team pursuit. ...2018 games, part of that women's team pursuit that took the bronze medal along with Caroline Schouten, Heather Richardson-Bergsma, and Brittany Bowe. Greta Myers, the new track record holder for the women's 3K here at the Pettit. She broke that on Friday. Oh, Manganello, the senior skater, multiple World Cup team member, multiple-time Olympian. Greta Myers, a neo senior 2. Marley Solden, a junior A1. Was a Shope a senior level skater. Libby Williams a Neo senior 1. Rebecca Simmons a senior 35. And Melissa Dahlman Masters 40. We've got 16 laps to go here for the World Cup qualifier for the women. And again, we will run this event twice. It will be because of the extra 6 laps, there are 3 sprint laps for the World Cup qualifiers instead of 2. We'll see if those sprint points come into play. There's a second gun, so now they can start passing each other. We've got 15 laps to go. Everybody settled in behind Mia Manganello. Just going based off of the 3,000, top 2 threats are going to be Mia Manganello and Greta Myers. Manganello, no stranger to racing the mass start. We'll see how she runs her strategy here, and she goes wide. She wants somebody else pulling laps at the front. Everybody kind of just staying up. Everybody wants to mark Manganello. And now the pack reforming in. It looks like that was Melissa Dahlman that they were slotting in behind. I have to wait to see the number on the helmet there of the red top skin suit. That does look like the 47 of Melissa Dahlman. Coming up to 13 laps to go. There's the bell for our first sprint lap. We'll see if anybody goes for these points. It's currently Dahlman in the lead, followed by Shope, followed by Myers. We'll see if anybody goes for these first sprint points, or maybe if they'll wait till later in the race. We saw in that previous mass start, Lindenskov was able to use that last sprint lap to launch herself off the front. See if they try and adopt a similar strategy here. Move coming up the inside here. That's Ilse Shope who'll claim the top sprint points, followed by Dahlman, followed by Myers. Now some reshuffling on the pack. Move coming up the inside. That looks to be the 41 of Manganello, who goes back into the lead. So calculated here. Accelerated up the inside. Saw who was going to go with her. Now she's going to go wide. She baited everybody to form up. Now she's going to get to pick her spot in the pack. She'll slot in 6th with Dahlman in 7th. So a little bit of tactics here from the experienced pack racer and cyclist, Mia Manganello. Coming up to 10 laps to go, and the pace is slowed down here. Manganello just sitting on the outside, not really even pushing right now. And now swinging off the front, and there goes Manganello with a quick little acceleration on the inside. See if she tries to build on this lead. Manganello taking a little peek behind herself, seeing who's going with her. She's got 3 within close contact. She'll slow up, takes a peek. Oh, Manganello playing with them a little bit here. There's the sprint lap. So they're all standing up, going across the finish line at 9 laps to go. Oh, Manganello giving a little bit of a lesson here to the rest of the pack. Throwing moves, she's not on purpose, that she's not going all the way through on to press the advantage. This is a sprint lap. We'll see if somebody's trying to take the points here as we come down to the final 100. There's a little move there on the outside. Looks to be Rebecca Simmons across, followed by Myers, and in third was Solden, according to the board. Let's see, what other tricks does the experienced Manganello have in her repertoire for the remainder of this race? So far, she's been dictating the moves to the rest of the field. We'll be coming up to 7 laps to go. And they're slotted in behind Dahlman. Manganello just sitting on the back of the pack, cruising. Off the back, it's number 45, Libby Williams. And that's Melissa Dahlman in the red top, pulling laps for the pack currently. Myers currently slotted in second position. And there's 2 spots available for the Women's World Cup in the mass start. We're at 6 laps to go. Everybody content just sitting on Dahlman at the moment. Manganello at the back of the pack. It's currently Dahlman, Myers, Solden, Schob, Simmons, Manganello. Manganello making a move up the outside. Let's see if she tries to push this one all the way. There's the bell for the sprint lap. Taking a look behind her, see who's going with her. It's Rebecca Simmons currently in second place. Manganello, Simmons. Manganello takes a peek. Or she's slowing up again. She's going to let Simmons go by. This is Simmons leading coming up to the sprint point. It'll be Simmons, Manganello, followed by Myers and Solden. And now we've got an acceleration on the backstretch. Couldn't quite catch the helmet cover coming through the corner. We'll see at the end of this straightaway who that is. And that's Greta Myers going on the attack. Currently in second is Solden. In third is Manganello. That's 3 laps to go, and Myers now is the one launching the attacks. And Myers set the track record in the 3,000 on Friday. Coming up to 2 laps to go. Myers with about a 50-meter lead. Manganello just sitting right now on Solden. Oh, Myers comfortably in the lead. Don't know if they'll be able to braille her back in. She's got less than 600 meters to go now. Would qualify her automatically for one of the mass start spots for the World Cup team. And here's the bell for 1 lap to go. Myers, comfortable lead, would take a superhuman effort to catch her now. And it doesn't seem like this pack of 3 is going to put the effort to try to catch her. I think it's going to be more about who finishes second here. Looked like there went Manganello up into second as they exited that corner. Myers now coming up to the finish. That'll be Myers finishing in first. Manganello comfortably in second. Across in third, that looks to be Rebecca Simmons. And Marley Solden finishing in fourth. And here comes Melissa Dahlman, who'll finish in fifth. That should conclude the first World Cup qualifier mass start for the women. Up next, we'll have the men's Am Cup. That'll be another 10-lap mass start. And then we'll have the men's World Cup qualifying mass start round 1. We'll be back shortly after a timing change. We got to get all their transponders registered before we kick off the mass start for the Am Cup men. Welcome back, folks. We're just about ready to get underway with the Am Cup Men mass start number 1. In this mass start, we'll have wearing number 51 out of Spain, Sebastian Guzman Bitter. At 52, we have from Denmark, Nicholas Mastra. In 53, we have David Provad. 55 is Henry Schlichting. In 56, we have Anson Quinn. 57 is Sam Chamberlain. 58 is Gavin Ord. 59, Riley Martin. 60 is Colin Lee. 61 is Landon Boji. 62 is Jaden O. 64 is Edward Nagel. 65 is Elrond Hicka. 66 is Ashwin Kandaru from India. 67 is Tariq Elatawi. And 68 is Kieran Collins. This will be a 10-lap mass start with 2 sprint laps. I said that we'll be running the first mass start, and then we'll get a second crack on it after we have the long resurface break after the Men's World Cup qualifier mass start coming up next. We got a packed line here, 16 skaters in this event. Three skaters from outside of the U.S. I think this should make for an interesting race. You've got a full pack with a couple of juniors, a couple of senior level skaters. Should be some excellent racing practice here, and there should be some uncertainty here in the tactics. So it's hard to say what everybody's going to try and do. Will be interesting to see what these sprint laps look like. I think the men here will go a little bit more aggressive after the sprint points, just because since there's so many more of them in this race than we had in the women's event. As that can really improve their position. Important note, though, need to make sure that they are not lapped, otherwise they lose their sprint points. So, might have to expend some energy to go get those sprint points, but also if you get lapped, you're going to lose them. And then it's all for naught. So, this will be an interesting race. Again, first lap is a parade lap, no passing allowed. Civil between everybody. As we form up here, and you can see this is a long string of a peloton here. Coming up to the gun, and now passing is allowed. Guzman was looking over his shoulder. He wants somebody else to come through and pull laps on the front. He's looking at some of the youngsters, say, come up here, young men. You come here and pull some laps. Well, a little bit cautious here. They're still letting Guzman be the lead, but he doesn't want to be the front of the pack. He says, I abstain. Somebody else come up and pull the laps. '53, David Provad now on the front. See if he gets the pack to settle in here, start pulling a bit more of a racing pace. We'll be coming up to the first sprint lap after they round this corner. Right now, grouped up in a big bunch. Let's see if anybody will launch an attack here. Like I said, those sprint points could be the difference for greatly improving your result in this one if you don't finish in the top 3 to 5. There's the bell for the sprint lap. Look like an acceleration on the outside from one of the blue tops. Oh, pace picking up. It's the red sleeves leading the way. Can't catch the helmet number. We'll see where they come across with the transponders at the finish line. So that's 53, 58, 56. So that was Pravad, Gavin Ord, and Anson Quinn as your top 3. And pack slows down, but somebody's still off the front. Now Guzman looking to try to chase. They said with this mix of juniors, seniors, and international skaters, hard to know exactly what the tactics are going to be. Pravad still off the front. Guzman currently sitting in 3rd, with Mastrup currently sitting in 2nd. So Pravad, Mastrup, Guzman currently off the front. The pack trying to reel them back in. We're going to be coming up to the next sprint lap here with 4 laps to go. Let's see if somebody tries to launch an attack out of that pack. Pravad still coasting by himself. Now there comes some movement from the outside. That looked to be the number 56 of Anson Quinn trying to go up around the outside. I think it looked like Mastrup and Guzman are happy to let them go through and fight it for the sprint points. This could help springboard them to get off the front after this sprint lap. Pravad still in the lead, but a move coming behind. Pravad takes a little bit of a peek. It'll be Pravad across the line first, Henry Schlichting in 2nd, and that was Anson Quinn in 3rd. So Pravad able to nab top sprint points for both sprint laps. That'll put him in a pretty high position. Now let's see what happens here for the final finish. That looks to be Mastrup catching up to Pravad. He'll go around the outside. Guzman now, see if he can chase down the skater out of Denmark. Mastrup pressing the advantage, pulling away from Pravad, and Guzman not really pulling much back on Pravad at the moment. Oh, Mastrup able to use the confusion of that last sprint lap to get into the lead. Here's the bell for 1 lap to go. Pravad still ahead of Guzman. See if he can hold him off through the final 400. This is Mastrup on the backstretch. He's got a 50-meter lead. Question is, who's going to finish 2nd here? Can Pravad hold off the Spaniard of Guzman? Mastrup takes a peek behind him. Didn't see anybody coming out of the corner yet. Pravad still in front of Guzman, and Pravad won both sprint laps. He's going to finish across the line in 2nd. Guzman will be in 3rd. It's a sprint for 4th. It's about 5 wide. That looks to be the 57 of Sam Chamberlain in 4th, with Ashwin Kondaru finishing in 5th. So Mastrup able to take advantage and win the first mass start for the Am Cup. David Pravad, excellent race out of him, claimed both sprint lap first place finishes and finishes 2nd overall in the final sprint. Coming up next, we'll have the World Cup qualifying mass start. This will be 16 laps, should feature 14 skaters, 2 spots available for the World Cup mass start for the men. Have a couple skaters in this heat that have had experience racing the mass start at the World Cups. And of course, we used to have Joey Mantilla, the world champion in the mass start event, has since retired. So now looking, and along with him, we had Ian Quinn for years, who was also racing the mass start on the World Cup team for the U.S. Well, both since have retired. Now trying to find the next two to compete for this year's World Cup. We'll be back shortly once we get the World Cup men qualifying entries registered and set to go here for the start of their first mass start of the day. Welcome back, folks. We'll be underway shortly here with the first of the World Cup qualifier mass starts. Just waiting for the officials to finish going over the rule sets with this pack of 13 skaters. I have a mix of senior level, neo-seniors, and juniors. Nobody younger than a junior B2 in this group. In this race, we have wearing 71, Jordan Stolz. Number 72, multiple-time Olympian and bronze medalist in the 2022 Team Pursuit, Emery Lehman. Junior World Cup medalist Connor McDermott-Mistoe, number 73. He won the silver medal in a mass start at Junior World Cup back in 2018. Along with Junior World teammate Ethan Separate, number 75. Ethan took bronze in that World Cup, Junior World Cup mass start, and then in Junior Worlds the following weekend took silver in the mass start event and has been racing the mass start on the World Cup circuit for the last couple of seasons. Then we have number 76, Jonathan Tobon, finished fourth in the 5K. Number 77, we have Carl Platt. He's been a Junior World team member. We've got William Silk, number 78. Number 79 is Max Weber. Number 80, Kellen Dunphy, finished third in the men's 5K. Number 81, Liam Kitchell. Number 82, Leo Drossos Thompson. Number 83 is Aiden Meacham. And 84 rounding out for us is Samuel Hart Gorman. Should make for a interesting mass start. Mix of distance skaters, middle distance, specialist as well. First lap of the 16-lap race is a parade lap, so nobody going to pass by Jordan Stolz here as he'll lead us for the parade lap. 2 spots on the World Cup team up for grabs for the men here. First place finish here, automatic bid as long as you have the qualifying time to race the mass start on the World Cup circuit. And first 2 World Cups going to be over in Asia. First one in Japan, the second one in China this year. As we come around to the line, there'll be the second gun letting everybody know that they're allowed to pass each other. So the race is on, and we're at 15 laps to go. Stolz looking around, looking like he wants somebody else to come up and pull laps on front. Saw that earlier in the women's event and in the Am Cup mass start. Oh, we've got Stolz in front, Platt in second, Weber in third. There will be 3 sprint laps in this race. We'll see who's going to try to target those spots. Still Stolz in the lead, followed by Platt, followed by Weber. Ethan Seprin currently sitting in 4th, Emery Lehman in 5th. 2 training partners out in Salt Lake City. Oh, they race this event twice. First winner gets 1 spot. And then depending on if that winner skates the second mass start, it may come down then to best total points for that second spot, or it'll be the winner of the second race. There's the bell, 13 laps to go. That looked to be Dunphy making a move up the outside. Kick off the sprint lap. A couple trying to go with him here and claim some of those sprint points. We'll see where this group of 3 finishes. We're going to be coming up to 12 laps to go. Getting a look as they go by. That is the 80 of Kellen Dunphy, followed by, I believe that was William Silk, and then Liam Kitchell. Dunphy claims top sprint points for the first sprint lap. Looks like Leo Drosos Thompson caught in the middle of the 2 packs right now. And we'll see how Dunphy wants to play this as he's leading that pack out in front. A lot of race left to go as we come up to 11 laps to go. And we've got a move on the inside there as William Silk and Kitchell move by Dunphy. He's able to slot in behind them, though, into the slipstream. So we'll see how Silk and Kitchell, the 2 juniors, want to play out this race. 10 laps to go as it's Kitchell, followed by Dunphy, followed by Silk. Driving the train is Max Weber, followed by Stolz for the main part of the pack. Coming up to the second sprint lap with 9 to go. Dunphy leading at the sprint lap. Max Weber moves up into second place. See if Dunphy can hang out there, claim another top set of points in the sprint laps. And it looks like nobody really giving chase to Dunphy at the moment. So he'll come around to 8 laps to go, and he'll be able to comfortably get across with another top finish for the sprint points on the second sprint lap. Now we'll see, is anybody going to try to reel him in, or are they just going to let him hang out there? Pack is really slowed down here with 8 laps to go. We're at the halfway point of this race. Group needs to be careful as Dunphy now has a 100-meter lead. Let's see what type of tactic Dunphy takes here. He's got 7 laps to go, and the big pack behind isn't really organized. It looks like we've got some individual efforts coming here, as there goes the number 76, Jonathan Tobon, and number 78, William Silk, as the ones that go and try to chase him down. But the main body of the pack just looking at each other. Dunphy might be able to get onto the back of the pack here. If he were to lap them, he would actually eliminate the pack. So he's got about a 300-meter lead right now on the main body. Granted, he's expended a lot more energy being out there on his own for the sprint, but the pack needs to get organized here as Dunphy has them in his sights. We're at 6 laps to go. It'll shortly be 5 to go for Dunphy. He's at the back of this frame here. 5 laps to go. There's Dunphy going across the frame. Oh, he's in good position to claim all 3 top finishes for the sprint laps. It's going to be hard to hang out there for the remainder of the race. There's some people in between him and the rest of the pack. 5 laps to go, and that's Dunphy coming up to the pack. So Dunphy claims top sprint points. This is Tobon now coming across second for that sprint lap with 4 laps to go, and now the group going to start getting organized. They've got a lot of ground to make up to Dunphy. Did they leave it too late to try to close down this gap? If Dunphy latches on here, he can ride that slipstream. They've got to try to keep him detached. 3 laps to go for Dunphy, 4 laps to go for the rest of the pack. Dunphy the one just exiting frame there. Tobon currently out in no man's land between Dunphy and the main body of the pack. Looks like we had a lap skater. We're coming up to 3 laps to go for the main body. Dunphy's going to have 2 laps to go. Dunphy has latched on. And a bit of a mismanage here by the rest of the pack as Dunphy has caught up. Now it's going to be really difficult to dislodge him. Dunphy may have pulled off a coup here as he's caught the main body. He's going to be able to ride their slipstream. They're going to have to make up 400 meters. I don't know if they're really going to be able to do this here because they would have to dislodge him and come in with a blistering time. 1 lap to go for Dunphy. I don't think it's going to happen here. So now they're racing for second place. But where is Jonathan Tobon in the mix here? He might be too far out of reach as well. Well, right now, the main pack, it may be racing for 4th place. There's another skater in there. Oh, it's Dunphy, Tobon, Silk, and Stolz. So Kellen Dunphy with the win. Now the sprint is on, but they may be sprinting for 4th place. As Tobon finished 2nd, Silk finished 3rd. Bit of a mismanage here by the main body of the pack. Nobody's going to be on the podium here as they sprint for the finish. Stolz will cross in 3rd. Stolz finishes 4th. Platt will finish 5th. But the podium got away from the pack as Dunphy able to catch on to the back of the field and ride their slipstream for his final lap. But things now going to get interesting as we get into the second mass start event with a spot up for grabs. And if Dunphy has the qualifying time, that guarantees him one of the mass start spots with how the team selection might shake out. Oh, this just got interesting, folks. We'll see what happens when we come back from the resurface break as we'll have 4 more mass start events. We'll start off with the Women's Am Cup 10 lap, then the Women's World Cup Qualifier 16 lapper, then the Men's Am Cup 10 lap mass start, and we'll finish off with the Men's World Cup 16 lap mass start number 2 as there's another spot up for grabs. Racing will resume at 12:56 Central Time. Racing to resume 12:56 Central Time. We'll see you in a little over half an hour back here at the Pettit National Ice Center. We appreciate you for joining us. We'll see you for the second round of the mass starts. Welcome back, folks, as we're ready to get into the racing action as we run the second flight of the mass starts. Up first here we have the Am Cup Women's Mass Start Round 2. We have a couple of scratches, so it'll be a little less in our numbers. We've got 6 skaters for the second race. In position 1, we've got helmet 21 from Denmark, Natasha Lindenskov. In helmet number 23, we have Nastasha Rudilovic. In number 24, we have Elise Stave. 25 is Leah Choi. 26 is Evie Forer. And 27 is Elena Stave. And for the second time this weekend, it sounds like the starting pistol was put on to the swimming mode. They'll do a quick test shot here, and then we'll get underway. And there we go. Oh, this is 10-lap mass start. First lap is a parade lap. That'll be the Dane Lindenskov leading us on this opening lap. Results from the first women's mass start for the Am Cup. It was Lindenskov in first, Elise Stave in second, Nastasha Rudilovic finished third, Elena Stave finished fourth, Evie Forer fifth, and Leah Choi finished in sixth, with Juliette Song in seventh, Eileen O in eighth, Audrey Hahn in ninth, and Caitlin Lee in 10th. We're down to 6 skaters in this second go-around. And we'll see how fast they take this out. Maybe Lindenskov wants to push the pace early and finish the weekend with a quick mass start here. So let's see how this one plays out. We're at 8 laps to go, and it feels like the pace is faster to start this second time around for the Am Cup women. A little bit of jockeying for position there on the backstretch. As we mentioned while we were running through the first set, this is the one discipline that actually uses all 3 lanes of the 400-meter oval. So the laps are shorter, and with there being no crossover on the backstretch, typically the middle lane is about 385 meters, and the outer lane is about 415. So laps are shorter than 385 meters here using the warm-up lane. We're on a sprint lap right now. One of the Americans in front, that might be Rudilovic. We'll see as we come into frame here. That is Nastasha Rudilovic. Coming up to 6 laps to go. Rudilovic will take first, Lindenskov second. Elena Stave outpaces her sister Elise for the third spot for sprint points. First 3 spots across the line on the sprint lap get the sprint points. And it's Lindenskov in the lead now. Coming up to 5 laps to go, we'll have one more sprint lap. So Lindenskov, Rudilovic, Elise Stave, then Elena Stave. So Lindenskov, Rudilovic breaking away from the front of the group here. Got a pack of 3 behind them, including the 2 Stave sisters and Leah Choi. See if they're able to work together and chase down the 2 leaders. There's the bell for 4 laps to go and another sprint lap. Stasha going into the lead. I think Lindenskov might be just fine with letting Rudilovic get the sprint points, pull some laps here.
Based on this sprint, goes 1, 2, 3. Stolz right now is in the lead position.
It's still Rudilovic leading the way as we're coming onto the finishing straight. Coming up to 3 laps to go. Rudilovic will take the sprint points. Lindenskov second. Let's see who comes in third. It'll be Leah Choi getting the third place sprint points there. Lindenskov takes over the lead. That group of 3 has blown apart, and Lindenskov now starting to pull away from Rudilovic. We'll be coming up to 2 laps to go. Lindenskov in the red top, Rudilovic in the blue suit with the white shins. 2 laps to go. We'll see, this may be Leah Choi sitting in third. It is Choi in third, trying to chase down Rudilovic. Rudilovic trying to keep the gap from Lindenskov growing larger, but it looks like the Dane starting to put a little bit more distance between herself and Rudilovic. Choi is about 40 meters behind Rudilovic, coming up to 1 lap to go. Rudilovic just needing to hang on for second place here. Lindenskov should be comfortable in. Don't think Rudilovic is going to be able to make up that distance, but she's still putting up a pretty good fight here. But you can just look in the body language. Lindenskov looks more comfortable here on the backstretch than Rudilovic. They head through the final turn. Lindenskov onto the finishing straight. Rudilovic dropping both arms, fighting her way to the finish. This will be a pretty good result for both of them. And Rudilovic was able to pick up a couple of sprint points there along the way. This should be Leah Choi finishing in third. Let's see which one of the Stave sisters this is going to be. It'll be Elena Stave finishing in fourth. Elise Stave will finish in fifth. Evie Four will finish in sixth to round out the second Am Cup Women's Mass Start. That'll bring the second Women's World Cup qualifier up next. We'll take a short break for a timing change. We'll be back shortly once we're ready to begin with the second Women's World Cup qualifying mass start. Welcome back, folks, as we're about ready to get underway with the second Women's World Cup qualifying mass start. I have one scratch from this race, and that will be Greta Myers, who finished first in the first mass start for the World Cup qualifier. We'll have 6 in this one. Racing for that last qualifying spot in the women's mass start on the World Cup circuit this season. Mia Manganello was playing some racing tactics on the rest of the field in that first mass start. We'll see what she has in store this time around. And Manganello going to stand there. She's going to let somebody else take the lead off the line. Said, I'm not going to let you youngsters get behind me for the first couple of laps again. Well, we've got Mia Manganello in helmet 41, Marley Solden in 43, Ilsa Schob in 44, Libby Williams in 45, Rebecca Simmons in 46, and Melissa Dahlman in 47. We saw a pretty quick race there out of the Am Cup women's second round of the mass start. We'll see how they play this one in the World Cup qualifier mass start. That's Rebecca Simmons leading the way. And Mia Manganello gonna accelerate around the outside. She's gonna say, okay, everybody, let's play some games here in the mass start. I'm going to set the pace now. I'm not going to let you have started settled in, and now she's going to pull up. So we'll see what tactics Mia Manganello is going to play in this race. Try to keep everybody off their game, but accelerated the pace there with that move. We've got 14 laps to go. And now Manganello going to pull wide. Maneuver we've seen a lot in the past from Joey Mantilla. So now the rest of the pack going to stand up and slow things down. Melissa Dahlman going a little bit wide in the red top. It was Greta Myers finishing first in the first mass start for the World Cup qualifier. Manganello finished in second. Rebecca Simmons was in third. Solden fourth. Melissa Dahlman in fifth. Ilsa Schob sixth. And Libby Williams was in seventh. Coming up to the first of 3 sprint laps. See if there's any interest in those sprint points. Really, it's more about finishing that final lap in first here for a World Cup spot. And there goes Manganello. Now she's going to now put the pack into a frenzy and say, okay, let's go, ladies. Oh, Manganello going to take a peek. She'll slow up just as she crosses the line for the top sprint point. Simmons second. Ilsa Schob in third. Well, Manganello has committed to making this a bit of a chaotic day for the rest of the women in the World Cup mass start. See if anybody decides to start to dictate the pace here. Melissa Dahlman just comfortably off the front. She's our Master 40 skater. Williams currently in second behind Dahlman. Simmons in third. Schob in fourth. Solden in fifth. That puts Manganello on the back of the pack again. We'll see if she has another charge up her sleeve as we come closer to the next sprint lap. All 6 skaters together behind Dahlman. And Dahlman now going to swing wide, saying, I don't want to lead on the front. Somebody else come on through. And there comes an acceleration on the inside. Believe that was Manganello moving into the lead. Doesn't press forth the attack, though, just comfortably at the front of the pack now. And now she'll swing wide again. Can't really predict what Manganello is going to do in this race. We'll see if Manganello is going to build here on the inner. We're coming up to the sprint lap. There's the bell for the sprint. And Manganello throws on the brakes a little bit. Everybody's settling in behind her now. Certainly has been one of the most chaotic games of Follow the Leader we've seen here at the Pettit in a while out of the ladies. And now Manganello driving at the front. See if anybody can challenge her speed as they come up to the line for the sprint points. It'll be close, and it does say Solden, Simmons, Manganello. We'll have to wait for the photo finish results there. They were 3 wide across the finishing line. It was pretty close to see from here. We're a little bit offset from the finish line. Coming up to 7 laps to go. That is Rebecca Simmons in the lead, followed by Solden, followed by Manganello. As the leading group of 3, it's Ilse Schob and Melissa Dahlman as the 2 from behind. And now the front pack of 3 is going to slow up. It's been a very interesting mass start so far. We'll see who's going to strike first and if they're going to go from a long way out or if we'll wait down to the last 2 laps for the move to win this one. 6 laps to go as Manganello in front of Solden and Simmons with Schob in 3rd, Schob in 4th, Dahlman in 5th. And Dahlman able to stand straight up there. And now the pace is going to start to pick up as they enter the corner. See if we can tell who that is. That looked to be the 46 of Rebecca Simmons. Looks like Manganello seated in 4th. There's the bell for the sprint lap. Simmons in 1st, Schob in 2nd, Dahlman in 3rd, Manganello in 4th, Solden in 5th, and Williams off the back in 6th. Coming onto the straightaway, final 100 of the sprint lap. Schob going to take the sprint points without any fight from Simmons. Simmons in 2nd, Dahlman in 3rd. Now that's 4 laps to go. Let's see what Manganello has in store. Try to win this race and nab a qualifying spot in the women's mass start for the World Cup team. 3 laps to go. And Dahlman, hands on the thighs, starting to feel the burn here a little bit. All those accelerations, decelerations. Dahlman, Manganello, Solden, and Dahlman going to pull off to the outside. Pack of 5 standing straight up on the backstretch. We're coming up to 2 laps to go. Everybody eyeballing each other here, and now Dahlman's going to start to set in on the pace. Dahlman followed by Schob, followed by Solden, Simmons in 4th, Manganello in 5th. So Dahlman driving the train of 5. See if Manganello tries to build here out of this corner. You can see Hertz skating wide, going towards the outside. As they hit the line for the bell lap, Manganello goes into the lead. Giving chase is Solden and Simmons. They're going to lap Libby Williams. There's Manganello off the front. Looks like it'll be more of a battle for 2nd and 3rd. Manganello, 10-meter lead on the field. Who's going to finish 2nd here as Manganello finishes in 1st? It's Simmons who comes across in 2nd, Solden in 3rd, and Schob able to just pip Melissa Dahlman at the line for 4th. That concludes the women's events here this weekend at the Pettit National Ice Center. So unofficially, Mia Manganello, your winner of the 2nd Women's World Cup Qualifier mass start, after Greta Myers won the 1st one. Coming up next, we've got the 2nd Men's Am Cup mass start. That'll be a 10-lap event, waiting for them to get the women off the track, and then we'll get the Am Cup men on the ice, get their transponders registered. We'll be back shortly for the start of our second-to-last race of the weekend. Welcome back, folks, as we're about ready to get underway with the second men's Am Cup 10-lap mass start. We have Sebastian Guzman Bidar in helmet number 51 out of Spain. And then we have from Denmark, Nicholas Mastrup in 52. From the U.S., David Pravad in 53. Henry Schlichting in 55. Anson Quinn in 56. Sam Chamberlain in 57. Gavin Ord in 58. Riley Martin in 59. Landon Boji in 61. Edward Nagel in 64. Adriel Elrond Hicka in 65. Ashwin Kandru out of India in 66. Tariq Elatawi from the U.S. in 67. And Kieran Collins in 68. Down 2 skaters from the first race. So we've got a pack of 14 here. First mass start for the Am Cup men. That was won by a man from Denmark, Nicholas Mastrup. Finishing second and finishing well was David Pravad from the U.S. Finishing in third was Sebastian Guzman out of Spain. In fourth was Sam Chamberlain. In fifth was Ashwin Kandru from India. Riley Martin in sixth. Anson Quinn in seventh. Henry Schlichting finished eighth. Landon Boji, 9th. Elrond Hicka, 10th. Gavin Ord, 11th. Edward Nagel, 12th. Kieran Collins, 13th. Tariq Elatawi, 14th. Colin Lee, 15th. And Jaden O finished 16th. So there was the gun for with 9 laps to go and the official start of the race where the skaters can start to pass one another. Let's see what this second set of the Am Cup men's mass start has in store for us. Mastrup looked like he was in full control for the majority of the race. Pravad was able to pick up some top sprint points, but it looked like Mastrup was pretty comfortable for the duration of the race. Let's see if somebody tries to throw a wrench into his plans here in the second outing for the Am Cup men. When we come around this corner, it'll be 7 laps to go, and it'll be the first of 2 sprint laps. See if somebody tries to go for those, try to guarantee a high finish, as the points from the sprint laps can move you up in the finishing standings. Across the line, it's David Pravad leading the way, followed by Sebastian Guzman. Sitting in third is Riley Martin, Sam Chamberlain in fourth, and Landon Boji in fifth. A little bit of bumping there as they exit the corner. Now they'll settle back in. Can Pravad pull off another sprint lap win here? Coming on to the home stretch. Somebody swinging wide here. We'll see where they come across the line. It will be Pravad, followed by Sebastian Guzman, and Riley Martin will get the third place sprint points there as Chamberlain and Boji miss out on the pre-lap points. Coming up to the line here will be at the halfway point of this race. There goes Mastrup on the outer into the lead. Still Pravad leading the pack now in second. Sebastian Guzman in third. Let's see, is Mastrup going for the far out long distance move here, or is he just setting up for the sprint lap? Coming up to lap number 4, we'll see at the end of the sprint lap if he keeps trying to push the advantage on the rest of the field. So Mastrup leading at the bell for the sprint lap. Still Pravad in second and Sebastian Guzman in third. Again, top 3 across the line in a sprint lap get sprint points that can affect the standings at the end of the race. Mastrop looking comfortable here out in front, like he's time trialing on his own. So he'll get the top sprint points here. We'll see, does anybody challenge Provad for that second place sprint point? And it'll be Provad second, Sebastian Guzman in third. 100-meter lead here for the Dane Mastrop. As the pack just entering the corner behind him, should see them pop out just as he crosses the line. So a full 100-meter lead with 2 laps to go. This is the move by Mastrop to try to win this mass start race. Now the question is, can Provad hold off the rest of the pack, try to finish second again? Trying to hold off the Spaniard, Sebastian Guzman. And right now it's Provad Guzman and pulling away from places 4th and 5th. There's the bell for Mastrop. He's comfortably in the lead. Now it's a question of, can Provad hold off Guzman? As they get the bell for 1 lap to go, we might have a battle for 4th on our hands as well. This is Mastrop on the backstretch. He's heading into the final turn. Again, he's got a comfortable lead. Question is, where are Provad and Guzman? There's Mastrop. It's still Provad leading Guzman as they come onto the finishing straight. And it looks like Provad able to keep in front of Guzman, so he'll finish second again, with Guzman finishing in third. So a repeat of the top 3 from the original race. Skater down as they'll come across the finish line. It was Anson Quinn coming across the line in 4th, and Landon Boji finishes in 5th unofficially. We'll have to wait for the official results, and if there was anybody in there that got a unexpected sprint point we're not accounting for, it could change up the standings. But that will conclude the racing for the Am Cup men here at the Pettit National Ice Center this weekend for Am Cup 1. Now we'll corral the Am Cup men off the ice, and we'll bring out the World Cup qualifier men. We'll be back in 12 minutes at 1:52 for the Men's World Cup mass start to conclude our racing this weekend. We'll be back at 1:52. Welcome back, folks, as we're getting ready to get underway with the final race of the weekend. This is the second mass start for the Men's World Cup Qualifier. In this event, we have Jordan Stolz in helmet number 71, Emery Lehman in 72, Casey Dawson in 74, Ethan Seprin in 75, Jonathan Tobon in 76, Carl Platt in 77, William Silk in 78, Max Weber in 79, Kellen Dunphy in 80, Liam Kitchell in 81, Leo Drosas Thompson 82, Aiden Meacham in 83, and Samuel Hart Gorman in 84. A bit of an unexpected finish in the first race as Kellen Dunphy won the race, was able to go out on a sprint lap, caught up with the rest of the pack, was able to hang on to them and ride their slipstream to the finish, nearly a full lap ahead of them at the end. Jonathan Tobon finished second, and William Silk finished in third. Stolz was fourth, Platt was fifth, Seprin was sixth, and Kitchell was seventh. Connor McDermott Mistoe scratching from the second mass start. Inserted in this one is Casey Dawson. So another World Cup spot up for grabs here. And with the way that the first one shook out, I think they should be pretty aggressive here in the second race, trying to claim that spot for the World Cups this season. A 16-lap race will have 3 sprint laps. This is Dunphy, Tobon, and Kitchell as your 1, 2, 3. So Dunphy finished first in the last mass start. Tobon was second. Kitchell finished 7th in that race. We've got Stolz currently leading the other pack in 4th with Lehman in 5th. But we'll see how this one shakes out. Surprised that Dunphy has the energy to be going off the front like this. And there's the bell for the first sprint lap. Considering that Dunphy, with a huge solo effort, went off the front, had a little bit of help in the sprint lap, but ultimately had to break away on his own. And Tobon, still with some energy reserves, as we said, he was in no man's land between Dunphy and the rest of the field. He ended up finishing second. So he must be feeling pretty good right now as he's currently leading at the sprint lap. Weber currently now leading the second pack with Stolz slotted in 5th. That concludes the first sprint lap as it was Tobon, Kitchell, Dunphy. See if the peloton's going to go for the full catch, or they're going to be content to let this group of 3 hang out there until we get through the second sprint lap. We've got Kitchell now taking the lead in that leading pack. Maybe a little bit fresher than the other 2 as they had to put in big efforts in that first mass start. We'll see how this develops. We're going to be coming up to 10 laps to go. Oh, it's Kitchell followed by Dunphy, followed by Tobon. Then there's the gap to Weber and Stolz with the larger peloton. When we come around to the next lap, that's going to be the start of the next sprint lap. We'll see if they leave this group of 3 in front to soak up another set of sprint points. There's the bell for the sprint lap. We'll see if this group of 3 is able to stay out there ahead of the main body of the pack. And there's a move coming on the outside here from the back of the pack. Could be a launch of an attack. Coming on to the straightaway now. That looks to be Tobon leading the leading group of 3. Here we come to the line, and it's Tobon followed by Kitchell, followed by Dunphy. That was William Silk moving up into the leaders now. Now we're past the halfway point in this race. Let's see how attentive the pack is here. They'll now sweep up that leading group of 3 that was soaking up the sprint points. I believe this is William Silk, and it is Weber in second, Stolz in third, Platt in fourth. Comes around. Off. Skater after looks like Stolz the one chasing Seprin. Here they come into the final turn. Seprin with a little bit of a gap here. Stolz has a fast finish. Let's see here. Stolz coming up the inside. It looks like he'll go by Seprin. Seprin's going to finish in second as he looks around. So Stolz will take the second mass start. Seprin finishes third. Emery Lehman fourth. Carl Platt finishes in fourth. Dawson finishes in fifth. Checking the results from the first race, believe it was Stolz finishing fourth in the last race, so improves his finish by 3 positions. Platt improves his finish by 1 position. Oh. Much different race than what we got the first go around in the Men's World Cup qualifying mass start. And don't know where Dunphy and Tobon found the energy to go out there and soak up 2 sprint lap points. But they were able to soak up those points, so that should put them, as long as they didn't get lapped, it should put them higher than where they finished across the line here. We'll have to wait for the official results, as I'll have to go sort through all the sprint points, who was lapped, who was not. But Stolz and Seprin finishing within half a second of each other. Lehman finishing third, about a second ahead of Platt. And then Dawson about 14 seconds later. All 3 days of racing here for you. This has been Gordon Seprin from the Pettit National Ice Center on behalf of U.S. Speedskating. We appreciate you all tuning in over the weekend. We hope to see you next time here at the Pettit National Ice Center, when we will host the Winter World Cup at the end of January, beginning of February. Make sure to go buy your tickets now. Don't forget to check speedskatingresults.com for the official results. And we wish you all a happy Sunday. Have a good rest of your day, everybody. This is Gordon Seprin signing off from the Pettit National Ice Center.